Hình như anh có đem bánh lăng lên cho mọi người đúng không? Cảm ơn anh nhiều anh. Có bánh lăng ở dưới.
Before we get started, unrelated to what we'll see today, I have a question for all of you guys. How many of you have already wrote move code before the bootcamp? Raise your hand if you have done it. So everyone has. What about like TypeScript code to integrate? Like use the SDK, the TypeScript SDK. Almost everyone. Okay, cool. So this is what we will be working with today, the TypeScript SDK, basically. Okay, and another question. How many of you guys have already started preparing for the hackathon? We have not even yet told you the requirements for it, but I think that I heard many of you have already started working on it. If so, if preparing or working on it already, raise your hand as well. Nobody? Oh, really? Yeah, you're hiding. It's okay. When Theo comes tomorrow, we'll discuss about the hackathon as well, right?
tiền luôn. Ghê vậy ta. Hay vậy ta. Cái thứ ba hả? Hay vậy ta. Cái này đúng không? Cái thứ ba rồi. Pin. The first and second. Rồi đúng bài đầu.
Yes.
Are we ready to get started?
Yeah, we can start it. Did you say your script?
Mine?
Your, there. Yeah, I'm seeing.
So, good morning again, everyone. Today we are ready to get started with day 3. As I know now, after I asked you a question a few minutes ago, most of you have already worked in some way with the TypeScript SDK in order to integrate your smart contracts. But once again, I want you to take this as an opportunity to ask any questions that you could have while working on this by yourselves, now that you have us here to guide you. We might be moving a little bit faster if you think that you know all the stuff, the introductory stuff that we are going to be talking about. I will check in with you guys after the first module so that we know how we can move forward. We will start with D1 and we will finish with E1. Basically showcasing PTBs by the end of the day. Any of you guys have ever written your own PTB? Raise your hand if you have. Programmable transaction block. Okay? Cool. So, if you would be so kind to follow along with me, please open the repository on the D1 folder and we can get started. Okay? So, in this module we will see how to connect to a Sui network using the TypeScript SDK, how to check the balance of an address, and use a faucet service to request gas, as well as write a simple jest test. Have you ever written jest tests before? Anyone familiar with the jest framework? Basically, this is how we can write our tests to our integration tests, let's say, on the TypeScript side of things. We saw the previous days how we need to have some move tests in order to cover our move functions, but in order to be entirely sure we can simulate our flows via tests with jest. So we will be showcasing the first, let's say, introductions to the TypeScript SDK via jest tests. So, let's open the TS folder. I think that you already know that the structure of this folder basically. The env.example file is actually our, let's say, scaffold, what we will need to use, and we will actually rename this as just .n so that we can use it in our example. Here you will be able to store any environment variables that you would need for your DApp, like for example here the Sui network. The git ignore file is to ignore any files that we do not actually want to push to any repository that we have, like on GitHub. This is the jest configuration file. You can take it as is for now. Our log dependencies are dependencies and scripts on package.json, the README, and a TypeScript config file. So let's get inside the sources folder, the source folder, and inside the Sui client test.ts. So let me navigate into the TS folder and first of all run npm install if you want to follow along. So we have all the latest dependencies. Now that I know that you guys are already familiar with this stuff, I might be asking more questions so that we make this a bit more interactive. So we say that we will interact with our smart contracts from TypeScript code. So how can we exactly go about this? What is, let's say, an instance that we can use in order to interact with the Sui network from the TypeScript side of things? We need a client, right? A client. So we will use the Sui client, of course. And we will interact with the network through the Sui client. So let's see what we have here. This is basically the file that will host our jest test. We have already pre-implemented the structure of the jest test so that we don't waste time actually working with the jest framework. If you would like more information about the jest framework, feel free to reach out to me at the break and I can answer any questions that you might have. But let's say that we have the pre-implemented test for accessing the balance through the Sui client as well as hitting a faucet service. And we need to fill out the rest of this. So I would say that each one of us gets their address and replaces this hard-coded value on line 11. And I would assume that you remember how you can get, for example, your active address and put it in line 11. Want to do that? So yeah, so go ahead and do it. Let's see. And when you're ready, somebody raise their hand and tell me how I can follow along. Yes. Through the CLI. What's the command? Sui client, afterwards what? faucet, the Sui client faucet command would be to actually access the faucet. We need to get the address, right? Active address, right. To get my active address, of course, if I want to see all the list of addresses I have, I would do something like Sui client addresses. I will use this one. All you guys use your own, so we have our own, let's say, personalized tests. So I want to see, before I use this test and access the faucet service, I want to see what my balance is on DevNet here, for example. Also, so that I can use this, let me rename this file from .env.example to just .env. Please do the same, because our code is made in a way to read the .env file, not all the .env kind of files. So I want to see my balance for this active address. Before I run this test, I want to see my balance on DevNet. What's the commands I need to run? Sui client? Sui client balance. I see that I have some tokens, but am I sure that I am on the correct network? What should I do before this? Before I run Sui client balance? What's the command? I see that I have some balance, right? But am I sure that this is DevNet Sui or wall, DevNet wall or DevNet Sui? I need to run this service on DevNet. So first, before I call the Sui client balance command, I want to make sure that I am on the right network, right? So I will see what the network is. What command do I need to write? Yes, Sui client active env. And these seem to be testnet tokens. So how do I switch to DevNet? Yeah, that's right. And now let's see my gas, my balance for this address on DevNet. No coins found for this address. So let's now use this test and see how we can actually get some funds. So step one, I initialized my address. Yes, that's great. Here now I am initializing a Sui client for DevNet. This is a helper function, get full node URL that exists on the TypeScript SDK. And basically I'm saying give me the full node URL for DevNet. So I am initializing a Sui client that will be hitting DevNet, right? So now that I have this Sui client, I can do any operations to pointing to the network through this Sui client. So let's get our balance. Basically what we want to do with this test is query our balance, then hit a faucet service and get more gas, and then query our balance again. And the second time, of course, our balance should be greater than the first time. That means that we were successful to interact with the network 3 times. Query, faucet, query. So let's go ahead and do that. So I see that through the Sui client, I have many different options. I would assume that the name would be appropriate to get the balance. I would do something like get balance, right? Great. So let's see what arguments this accepts. This accepts parameters of type. So we are going to be going a little bit slow on this one because I don't know your familiarity level with TypeScript. If you think we are going a bit too slow and we can go a bit faster, you will let me know. So this getBalance command accepts types, parameters of type getBalanceParams. Let's see what these are. These are basically, this is an interface that has some fields with the owner being a string, the coin type, and some signal, which I see is of type abort signal. We see that only the owner is mandatory. And how do we know that? Anyone? From the getBalanceParams, I can see that only the owner field is mandatory for me, and I am required to pass it. How do I know? By seeing this interface declaration. Absolutely, yes. This question mark in TypeScript basically means that you can skip it. It can be undefined, this value, basically. So I would only need to provide the owner. So let's go ahead and do that. The owner as my address, this constant that I want to be fetching the balance for. So let's now see what this getBalance function actually returns. This returns a promise of type coin balance. Anyone want to help me understand what this means? Get the microphone. Get the mic.
I think it's return a promise, like you have to wait to get the result.
That's right, yes. We have to wait for this result to actually be, to parse it. And after we await it, we will have an object of type coin balance, which is this. It has some fields like the coin type, the coin object amount, the total balance, and the locked balance. So we see here that this is an async function and we will need to await it. And since this actually returns a value, we saw it returns a value of type coin balance, we will assign it into a const. I hope you understand the concept. I did not remember any of the parameters needed for this exact, let's say, function through the Sui client. I know that I want to get my balance. I see that there is a getBalance function. I go inside it, I see what parameters I need to pass, I pass them. I see what type of response I get from this function. I handle it accordingly and assign it to a balance. So I know that inside here, I will have coin balance. So step 3 is basically done. Constant to my address. Initialize the Sui client looking at devnet. Fetch my balance amount and store it here. And now we will use this request Sui from faucet v2, which is basically another function that only exists, of course, for the testing environments like testnet and devnet, with which you can actually query a faucet and do the same thing as we would do through the CLI with Sui client faucet, as you guys previously mentioned. So after we query the faucet, we will wait for a couple of seconds just so that we are make sure that all the effects apply. And refetch our balance. Basically the exact same thing. But of course I will assign it into another variable so we can compare the two. Afterwards, this is jest syntax. This is basically saying that this is part of the test, right? I want to remind you that we are inside a test. Of course, you could do all the same functionality. This is just TypeScript code inside your tab. Doesn't have to be inside a test. Here we just built test to showcase it even faster. So we are saying expect the number, convert into the number just to be safe. After dot total balance. Why? Because as we saw, this is of type coin balance. And let's see coin balance. Coin balance is basically this type. And we're saying that we have an object of this type. So if we want to compare the values, we would do that through the total balance. So we're saying after dot total balance to be greater than another jest function that helps us compare numbers before dot total balance. I think this makes sense. Let's go ahead and run this test. You can run jest tests by, for example, a particular script that exists that we have already named as test in our example. You could run npm run jest, or because we have renamed it in a way that is a bit more clear to read, we can run npm test. Please do the same for your tests if you have worked alongside me. And you will see that the test passed, meaning that before we had 0 Sui. Remember that we saw that also on the CLI. I got when I tried to run Sui client faucet, no, Sui client gas, I got a response of like no valid gas coins found. So we know that this 0 was indeed correct. After we hit the faucet service, we got 10 DevNet Sui, so the test passed. Pretty simple. What we wanted to showcase here is that through this Sui client instance, you can do basically everything through functions to interact with the network. Any questions before we jump into the next topic? Pretty clear, right? Nice. Let's go ahead and open the D2 folder. Ready? So, for this example, we'll actually be working and fetching data from an already pre-published contract that we had built when we started and create this bootcamp material. Remember that if you want to have such, let's say, scenarios in your cells where you could potentially be testing or working with a contract that you want to be accessible for a bit of a longer time period, avoid using DevNet because this will get wiped like weekly. So, in order to avoid that issue, we have deployed this on testnet. And for that matter, we will be interacting with testnet now through the Sui client. So let's go ahead and get this package ID that we have on our .env example and see it through an explorer first of all. Once again, if you want to follow along, rename this .env example into just .env. Let's see, Sui Vision on testnet. I will paste my package ID, meaning my contract ID. Have you ever guys seen this field before on Sui Vision? This code here? Yeah? Cool. We see here that this is basically an attempt to decode from bytecode and like interpret it in a sense, in a human readable sense, for anybody that has our package ID to actually see our modules. So we see that this contract published here has 3 modules: blacksmith, hero, and version. Anyone know what version is? Sorry?
I think every time the smart contract change.
Yes, basically related to smart contract upgrades and how we can handle the upgrades and changes. We will be looking into that tomorrow, into smart contract upgrades and how you can handle them. For now, no need to focus on this one. We'll just see that we have a blacksmith module, basically, with some structs like the blacksmith, the sword, seals, and some functions to interact with these structs and objects, and a hero module. So, in a scenario where, let's say, a DApp developer, and we will just be given the package ID, and even just with the package ID, we can query, for example, an explorer and see the available functions, so the integration that we can do with these said smart contract. So we know what functions there are, what kind of parameters we need to pass when accessing these smart contract functions through move calls, and many, many more. Okay, now that we saw that, let's go ahead and see what our test tells us that we need to implement. Once again, I will go into get hero and npm install. I am skipping JavaScript and TypeScript introductory stuff because, as I understand, you guys know that. I'm not going through what npm is or what our dependencies are and all that stuff. I think we're past that, right? Okay, so we have here a hero object ID. This is basically, if you were to query this, I will not do it now, but in the same sense that we queried the package ID, if we were to query this, we would see that this is a hero object created by the contract that we just saw. So we will do some tests regarding this hero object and make sure basically that our contracts acted how we wanted them to act. This is the name of the test, get hero, basically, the test suite, excuse me. And we have 3 tests inside here. For the test suite to pass, we need all of these to pass. So we're saying, before all, so before any tests run, we need to keep the object response, which is of type Sui object response, like so. We will see how we extrapolate the data from types of Sui object response. We'll need to hold it in a variable, and we will basically need to implement, first of all, this getHeroHelper function that just accepts a hero ID, so an object ID. Let's go ahead and do that. Actually, since you guys already are sort of familiar with this stuff, I want to give you like 10 minutes or even more if you need. I think 10 minutes are enough to do this by yourselves. Please, please, please feel free, even if you know that stuff, to like refresh your memory. Any questions might come up now that you're working with that again. And if you have any questions while you're trying to do that by yourselves, raise your hand and I will come at your computer. So basically, query for this object, get the object response and return it. This is what we're trying to do for this example. Also, no rush, take your time. Just a reminder for because I saw that at a few of your guys' computers. Make sure to also include some type of options on your request, right? Because we want to parse some type of data and content, not just query for the object, but make sure to also include some options. And we'll do it together in 5. So let's see how we can do it together. I'm sure that you have already done it correctly, but let's just make sure. Once again, any operation through the Sui client. Of course, as all of you correctly chose the get object function. Of type get object parameters, and the only mandatory one is the ID. So the ID that I have here, which is basically the hero object ID. However, I also see that I can pass some options. This is basically what I'm saying to the network, that I want also this type of metadata related to my get operation. Because of our example, and because what we see that we are fetching for at the next parsing steps, we will be including the type and the content. So we'll do it like so. Options, show type true, and show content true. If we were to forget this, our response would actually be almost empty. So we would not have that kind of data to work with and to parse it. And let's just return it. No need to await it here, because we are awaiting this here, right? Outside. If we were to remove this await, we could await it here and then return it, based on preference, whatever you prefer. Okay, so now we're ready with the before all step. This next test ensures that the hero exists. And how do we do that? We expect the object response dot data to be defined. The object response is of type Sui object response, so we know that there is a data field if something exists in here. So we expect it to be defined. Then through the data we go a bit down and we see that there is let me show you the object ID, this one, that also should be defined, and not only defined, but the exact same as the one that we are passing. And as the last assertion, let's say, we are expecting the type to be of hero. So if we fetch the correct object, this should pass. Let's go ahead and comment out the next two tests for now, so we can run the test suite and see the result. Woohoo! Yeah, we did. It passed, as expected. Now, let's focus on the next test, which is basically saying that we want to test that the hero content is as we expected. And we will do that by parsing the content. Remember that we included in our get operation show content as true. So now the response will return the contents of this object. If we were to forget that, we would not be able to access the content and parse it. So before we look at what we expect, let's just go ahead and implement parse hero content. We see that we are accepting an object response, and we want to return a hero. What is that hero? It's basically a mapping to this hero type that we have created in TypeScript. This interface of hero content, we will use it if we would like to. This is not a mandatory step, this one, to cast in TypeScript our content to make it a bit more readable and let TypeScript understand that this is strictly typed. I will also give you some time to implement this parse hero content by yourselves. What you need to return from this function, as we said, is an object of type hero. So an object that has an ID, health, and stamina. These can be found from the contents of the Sui object response. If you're not sure how you can pass the object response, I would say just go ahead and console log it, see it on the terminal. You will see basically a JSON, and you choose however you want to parse it and return a hero. We'll give you 15 minutes even. If you have any questions, let me know. Of course, the other way you could go about this is get the hero object ID, search it on an explorer, see what the fields are, see the structure of the object, or go into TypeScript, go inside the types and one step down every time, or however you choose. Like logging it and see what the results are, and then parsing it, I think is the simplest way, but you can do it however you prefer.
how do we know the type?
Yeah, the type of the response is it on Sui Vision.
Oh, you want to see actually the fields basically.
Uh,
Oh, I see. Did you? How do you parse it? You can see it, of course, on Sui Vision if you want. That's right. Yes, exactly. That feels here, the Python there, but you can see all of that. If you were to print it, for example, you would see that there's an object referring to the Python.
You get a few more minutes. If you have any questions, raise your hand. I can come by. Remember that we want to return a hero type, and we have defined this hero type at the top of our file. Ready? Should we see the parsing together? So let's once again see what this object Sui object response type has. First of all, we see that we have some sort of data, which is of type Sui object data. Inside there, we have the content. So let's start from there and just extract the content. Let's assign it to a content variable. And now this is the step that I told you as optional. If you prefer to write cleaner TypeScript code, we will cast this as our hero content. Why? Because we are certain that this is the way our hero content is structured. If we were to look into Sui Vision, for example, we will see these fields exactly. So we will parse it to have cleaner, let's say, look on our code. In order to do that, first you have to cast it as unknown. This is a TypeScript thing. And then as our hero content interface that we have created. Afterwards, through the content, this is of type Sui parse data, we see that we can just go ahead and get the fields. Why are we accessing the fields? Because as we know, all the data that we need to return, which is the hero right here, exists under the fields. So we will be parsing the fields. And now let's return what we need. From the fields, which are these, we need an ID, the health, and the stamina. Let's go ahead and return that. Return an object that has the ID as fields.id.id. We see that this is how it is structured. Then health from fields.health. Then stamina as fields.stamina. And that's it. If we were to also be a bit cleaner, let's also cast this as a hero type, but it already has the same fields as the hero type, so it would not complain. But let's also cast it as hero. Both of these are not mandated by TypeScript, but let's do that to have clearer code. So now that we are correctly parsing the hero content from the object response, we are expecting the hero ID to be this, the hero stamina and health to be defined, meaning they have some value. So let's run the test with this now enabled as well. So we see that 2 tests shall pass. And of course they did. Is this the same that you guys did? Did you do it any other way and get the correct result? Anyone who wants to tell us another way that they went about this? All good? Right. So final step, we see here, final test that we have is basically, excuse me, a test that says hero has attached swords. Basically, we were told that for this smart contract, you are able to attach dynamic object fields, right? Dynamic fields actually, to the hero, with the dynamic fields being the swords, to extend the hero functionality basically. So what we want to actually do in this get hero sword IDs helper function is fetch the dynamic fields and then return the object IDs of these dynamic fields. So dynamic object fields to be exact, since these are objects, right? Want to try that too? Let's keep it consistent actually. How about we try that? We are basically want to fetch the dynamic fields of the hero, and then only, as we see this is already pre-implemented, then filter out and keep only those who are of type blacksmith sword. Quick reminder, the type, the complete type is not just sword, because as we said yesterday, this would be the struct type defined inside the blacksmith module, but the entire type is the package ID, the module it comes from, and then the struct name. So when you're asserting and filtering for types, make sure to include the entire type. Actually, I think this is pretty straightforward. We can go ahead and just do this together. I will assign this into a REST variable. I will await, and through the Sui client, I will make a get dynamic fields request. And let me make sure what I need to pass. I need to pass a parent ID. So only the ID of the object that has these dynamic fields. And the parent ID being the ID that I am passing here. Done. Another function that you can fetch some sort of data, now being dynamic fields. And let's go ahead and run this test. If this is to fail, that means that the hero that we have here doesn't have any dynamic fields attached. But they do, so this will pass. All good. Any questions here? On D2 in general? Quick recap before we go on a short break. We basically saw that you can interact with the network from the TypeScript SDK via a Sui client. You have many different functions that you can utilize. We saw get balance, for example. We saw get object, and we saw get dynamic fields, get dynamic fields, excuse me. And we saw how you can actually parse the content. What type of content? That is based on the options that you require your request to give you. For example, we told them to give us the content, show content, right? So we were able to have these content fields available. We parsed it, and we got the actual data of the hero object, being the ID, the health, and the stamina. So if I was to build a game that actually needed the depiction of the hero both on-chain and on my dApp, I would do this mapping via parsing the contents. And that's pretty much it, what we saw on this test. We can have a break of like 15 minutes, have a coffee, and we'll go ahead and see more stuff on what we can do and interact from the TypeScript SDK in a bit.
can you remind me to get this back after the break? I'll leave it here. Okay? Thank you. I will break now. You break? Yes, break. Thường Windows là phải config cái edit editing lại mới bắt đầu phải bỏ cái đường dẫn nó vô cái biến logo của mấy anh mới chạy. Giờ đang sửa lại gì cài viết phiên bản mới, Windows cầm nhiều lắm nha, viết rồi cái compiler của sẽ còn cầm còn này nhất là giờ phải cài rớt ra, cargo cài là nó đỡ lỗi nhất, cargo cài lâu chắc là nửa tiếng á. Ủa anh chài cài chocolate chưa? Chocolate mà không phải chocolate như bọn này với lại bộ này lên 1.59 mà em đang xài bán mới 1.59.
Từ cái chocolate trong người cài nó bị
Có là mở Windows khác quên rồi, em xài Windows Mac rồi em cứ là công đại luôn rồi. Chocolate cập dưới là chắc Windows cập nhật phiên bản nhanh quá. Anh xài cái khóa nè. Giờ thôi em chuột
nhưng mà thấy nhiều những tật xấu ấy thì nó là nhiều
cái đó thì
xài hết tất cả các file mà mấy công ty rồi đó rồi Linda Linus mấy cá nhân xài icon của Windows.
nhưng mà giá chưa giảm là hai giá cái web đó tự lỡ cho anh mình cái đầu luôn em lên đợt vừa có mặc áo sơ mi thấy đẹp đó cái áo thì đẹp đó
cái áo đó đúng nghĩa là áo chạy luôn đó Mỹ giống chạy.
cứ bầu vì hết nó bán rồi không
rồi này là chơi kinh doanh khác tiền
Rồi dưới đó mua đậu e đó lại được
biết mình
cái đậu ấy tôi mua đầu tiên á
đấy đó hay chỗ
mới 7 triệu rồi.
à bao nhiêu ạ nhiều rồi
cả lắm rồi ra còn dùng nó thì nó khỏe
và nguyên là dưới có cái đó là cái nông dân đã nó tới rất nhiều
Nhậu
giờ phải có cái ảnh sát xa lưới nữa đúng không
Đó
thuê thì từ 3 anh em ổn của
Struggling from the top of my head, and I will try to find
cái này là viết
tay phục ở đây mà.
Cảm giác như là sắp tới cuộc họp qua là cái mình sụi.
rồi em viết cái
Guys, we will continue in like 10 minutes maximum, so that we have an hour with no interruptions before lunch. So we'll continue in 10 minutes for about an hour straight. So get ready, so we start in 10.
Test.
Can we take our seats and continue? So in this example, we will actually be working with PTBs. PTBs. You know what these are, right? Previously mentioned, programmable transaction blocks native to Sui basically allow us. Let me get this microphone too. Allow us to have multiple transactions under the same block to be signed and executed all together one time. So meaning that you can batch upwards to 1,000 and more transactions into the same block, depending of course on the payload of the transactions. And if all of these are successful, they will be executed all together, sequentially, one after the other. Remember the example that we mentioned on day one, that in case you have a scenario where you have a contract of a hero, that you mint heroes, you mint weapons, and then you combine you equip the weapon to the hero. If you were to do this in yesterday's smart contracts, you would have to make 3 smart contract function calls, 3 separate sign and execute actions. But with PTBs, you can do that sequentially under the same transaction block. You will have a move call to mint the hero. You will hold the hero into a variable on your front end. Then you would have another move call to create a sword. You will hold this sword as the return of the move call into another object. Then you will call the equip sword move call, and you will just give these 2 variables as arguments because it accepts, for example, a hero and a sword. So we see that this is the entire concept of object composability also allows the creation of PTBs. One last thing to remember is that if any of your transactions from this transaction block fails, then the entire PTB fails. So a failed scenario would be, I mint a hero, I mint a sword, I transfer the hero to William on the 3rd line, let's say, and then I try to equip the sword to that hero. But that will fail because I will no longer be in possession of the hero on line, let's say 5, because I transferred it on line 4, one line above. So this entire PTB failed. So no minting of a hero, no minting of a sword, nothing. All these move calls would fail. Get it? Cool. So let's go ahead and see what D4 is all about. Once again, if you want to follow along, change your .n example into just .m. And navigate into PTBs and npm install. Let's now go through the pre-made helper functions. Help me read this one. Somebody get the microphone and help me read this one. These are pre-implemented in most cases in your dApps as well. You can go ahead and just copy these and use them as you like. In most of the projects I've worked at, I've never created a get address helper function. I just get it from somewhere else. Same with getting a signer and any other helper function that we will see. So, somebody wanna help me? Actually, we will start with get signer. Somebody wanna help me read this? what we do in this helper function? Anyone want to try? It's okay, I can start and you get the next one. Basically, what we're doing with this getSigner helper function is that we're saying, give me a secret key. We are accepting a secret key, that meaning the key pair that you would have, in a sense, stored on your sui.keystore file, remember? Where we said this is basically your secret keys. Give me a secret key, and from that secret key, I do some, let's say, conversions from your base 64 key. So the secret key that I am accepting here is of type base 64, and I get the key pair from that, and then I return the key pair. Why do I need this key pair? Because since now we are going to be actually executing the PTBs, that means that we are going to be doing write operations on the network. The previous things that we did through the Sui client was just get object, get dynamic fields, and what was the other one? Get balance. So only read operation, only gets. So we do not have to pay gas for these, as you know. So no need to sign and execute any transactions. No transactions were actually done, only read operations. Now that we want to execute the PTB, we will need to sign and execute it, meaning we'll need to pay gas. So we will need this helper function, for example. We will store our key pair. Each of you guys, I will show you an easy way where you can find the key pair that you would like to use through the CLI, for example. Store it on your .env file for this scenario. Make sure to have your .env file git ignored. You never want to push your key pairs or your secret key or any other sensitive information on a repository on GitHub. So make sure it is git ignored. Assign, as you will see if you open .env.example, we have a user secret key variable. You will paste your base 64 secret key there. We will see how we can get that. And that means that later on, I will just call the getSigner function. I will give the getSigner function my secret key, and then I will be able to sign and execute the programmable transaction block. Does that make sense? The reason why we're giving this secret key is because somebody needs to actually sign and execute the transaction and pay the gas. Let's see how we do that. So this is what getSigner does. GetAddress is basically another helper function that, considering that you have the signer, you can get the Sui address out of it. So there's no need to have a separate env variable for your address. If you have the key pair, you can extract the address, so the public key basically, from the key pair. So let's begin. Before we do that, I want to show you a quick way where you could theoretically get your secret keys, your key pairs from the CLI. So I will create a new address for that so that I don't expose any actual key pairs, even though the ones I have on my machine are basically only for testing and DevNet.
But however, as I told you, even in those scenarios, you need to be careful with your key store, because in the future you might use the same address also for mainnet, and that could potentially hold valuable assets. So I will create another one. Since you all guys are working on your computers and I hope that you are not sharing your screen to anyone, you can go ahead and use your existing ones. But let me start with the first step, which would be to create a new address. Great. Sui client address, Sui client new address. I give the what is this called? It's the encoding type, if I'm not mistaken, and then an alias. So I created a new address, this one. Afterwards, let's say that I already had this, and you are starting from this step. We can use, actually let me first of all, let me get some gas. I will be working with this on, testnet. I switched to testnet, I switched to the new address as my active, and now I access the faucet and I'm requesting some testnet Sui. And I got one Sui. So we're good to go basically. Okay, now that I have some Sui on my newly created address, you can follow along from this step. I can actually use the key tool. Remember that aside from the client, we have Sui key tool as well on our CLI, which we can use to do some operations with the key store, like the ones that we want to do now. I want to export my private keys. This is basically going to be reading some values from the sui.keystore file that we saw on day one, but I'm only going to be exporting a single identity, the one that I created now, so I don't have any security risks, let's say. So I will be exporting the one with key identity and then the alias. Instead of the alias here, you can also provide the address if you wanted, but I will provide the alias. So, this is basically my batch32 formatted Sui private key. Theoretically, I could, if my signer was created in a way that it was decoding from batch32, I would just go ahead and take this and copy paste it. But now, since this is not the case, I will need to convert this private key into another format, which would be base64. Just so that you know what you can do with this Sui private key, and of course this is private, right? You have to be careful with this one as well. Is that you can import this, for example, on your Slash wallet. So you can take an address that you have from the CLI, create it from the CLI, export this Sui private key from Batch32 format, and just go ahead and add it on your Slash wallet or any other wallet for that matter if you prefer any other ones. So let me now hold this Batch32 format and then run Sui key tool convert, another function that we have, to convert this into a base 64. And now this is the one that I can use. This is a base 64 with flag format. So go ahead and take this, the one that you all guys see on your screens, and put it inside your .env files on the user secret key one, right? I did the same. Okay, now so we are basically ready. We know what this project has. We know that we are given some helper functions, what these helper functions do. We saw how we can actually get our secret keys and utilize them. We stored it, and we are 100% sure that they are git ignored on our .env file, and now we are basically ready to start the implementation. So let's see what this test does. It says transfer sui.test. So this test suite is about transferring a Sui amount. Before everything, we are basically going to be creating this transfer Sui helper function. We are giving the amount, the user, the sender secret key. You see here, this is read from the .env. You could theoretically load your secret keys how you would like, but for this example, we have stored it on our .env. We are giving a recipient address, and there we are logging basically the transaction digest. The next test makes sure that the transaction was successful by reading the effects of the transaction response. We will see what that means. And then the last test parses the balance changes. We will also see what that means. Let's go ahead and start from transfer Sui. Before I leave you guys some time to try to do this by yourselves, I want to remind you that we will be signing and executing this transaction block. This is not just a transaction item, but this will act as a transaction block, which will be the signer. We will utilize the getSigner helper function that we saw that we have by providing the sender secret key. This is who will be paying for the gas. We have some options here, the effects and the balance changes. Why? Because we know that for the continuation of our tests, we will be checking for effects and balance changes. So if you needed any other stuff, you would provide it on the options. If we were to forget this, we will not be able to actually parse the effects or the balance changes. So how about I give you some time to try and create what we need to do. What we need to do here is basically transfer coins from the sender's account. How many? What's the amount? This is the amount. It's given to us in this function as a parameter. And to whom do we want to transfer it? Here. Why is this considered a PTB? Because this is at least 2 transactions. The first transactions would be to split a coin from all your coins that you have a coin object that is your balance. From that, you can extract part of it and create another coin. This is a 1 transaction. And then transfer this coin to the recipient. So 2 transactions, basically a PTB. We don't have to show an example with 1,000 transactions to showcase that you can have multiple. And sign and execute this transaction block here, already pre-implemented. You don't need to do anything there. Just create the 2 transactions. If you have any questions or need any help, raise your hand. Ready to take a look at this together? Is anyone finished? If you are, please raise your hand. Okay. Couple of folks done. Do you need more time, or should we look at this together? If you need more time, raise your hand. We can spare a few minutes. Anyone who needs more time? Okay, yeah, I will give you like 5 more minutes. We'll continue at 1. So we are on schedule. I would say we take a look at this together. I hope you had time to do that. I gave you a sneak peek by mentioning the function that you could use, which is called split coins, to basically extract and create a new coin from your already owned objects of type coin, Sui coin basically. So let's go ahead and do that as a first step. We will be doing that. This is a new transaction, remember? So we will be utilizing the constant created on line 21, the transaction, and we will be calling the split coins function. Let's see what the split coins accepts. It accepts, no, it returns the extract of an argument. Okay, this is a bit hard to read. Let's see if here it's better. So I need to provide an amount and a coin as a first argument. This first argument of the coin, which basically will be the transaction gas. So we are saying that from the coins that I have, take some out for the gas, because remember this is a transaction, it will require some gas, and take some out which will be the amount. This will actually return a coin. So I will assign this into a constant named coin. So this is a transaction. We are calling the function called split coins. We are saying keep some out, so that keep some for the gas that will be needed for this transaction, and the amount, and assign it here into a coin. So now that we have this coin object, we can go ahead and have a second transaction, which will be to actually transfer the object. We do that by transfer objects. I don't know if you previously worked with this one. And here we provide the arguments that we would want to transfer, as well as to whom. Here we just want to transfer the coin. So the coin, and we want to transfer it to the recipient address. This does not return something. We do not need to assign this into a constant like we did with coin. So one transaction and the second transaction. So we are basically done. We said create a coin from the others that I have, split it and get it. Here it is, and now transfer it. This transfer object function is basically, let's say, think of it as another move call, but targeting the Sui framework, because of course for all these really common operations like transferring of objects, you can basically do them straight from the Sui framework, but of course this is targeting a contract. So transfer the coin to the recipient address. And then we saw that this is already pre-implemented, meaning that we sign and execute a transaction block basically, since these are two transactions. Who signs the sender secret key? We provided that as an argument here. We got it from the env, see here. And we also tell the response to have some options that we want to work with later. So let's go ahead and run the first test, which sees that this is indeed a success. I will comment the next one out because we have not parsed the balance changes just yet. So inside here, I will run npm test. Please do the same if you are following along. and it passed, meaning that this transaction block was indeed successful. If I was to, for example, not have enough gas or enough coins to give for the amount, so let's see, the amount here specified is 0.01 Sui. So I had that amount, so this was able to be executed. If I was to say 1,000 Sui as the amount, this test will fail because this account does not have 1,000.01 Sui to transfer. So when we call this first transaction, this will fail, so of course this will fail as well, so the entire PTB will fail, but let's see. And of course it failed because the transaction response was failure. Okay, now let's go ahead and as a next step parse the balance changes. Let me see how we are regarding to schedule. I think we will be finishing a bit earlier today. We are quite ahead of time. It's good that you guys are already familiar with these concepts. So we might have time at the end if you have any questions, even in a broader sense. Make sure we can utilize that time in that sense. So let's go ahead and implement the parsing of the balance changes. Before we do that by actually implementing this parse balance changes helper function, let's see what this test does. It says, test Sui balance changes. We are expecting from the response that we have here, the balance changes to be defined. So that means that there should be a field inside our transaction response that is named balance changes. If we were to forget to add this option of show balance changes, the test would fail here because we were not have returned the balance changes. So we are saying, expect this to be defined, then parse these balance changes into here and expect the recipient amount to be more than what it was based on what was transferred. So if it was like 10, now it should be 10.01 because this is the amount that we transferred. So let's see parse balance changes. We are accepting the balance changes unparsed, the sender address and the recipient address. And what we need to do, we need to parse it. We need to return the recipient Sui balance change and the sender Sui balance change. Once again, I would suggest to log this and see how you choose to parse these. I'll give you some time to try and do this by yourselves. If you have any questions, raise your hand. I can come. Bye. split coins. This, yeah, come. This first argument is basically the gas that will be needed in order to execute this transaction.
And si the taste of gas be object, right? So, I mean,
For the first, you have to provide. Let me hold it basically. Let's see this. You have to provide this transaction dot gas function, because this is just another function call on the transaction itself. This returns an argument for the gas coin to be used in the transaction. So this basically returns a gas coin, and you provide this gas coin as the first argument in the split coins transaction. So through the transaction, you access a gas coin. You could theoretically do this in a separate line, like const gas coin equals tx.gas. This basically gives you a gas coin, right? Call it as a function, because yeah, you can. I don't know if this would work, or if you need to call it as a function. Then you pass this gas coin as the first argument to the split coins. What the idea behind it is that I'm saying that I have 10 Sui, and I need to extract and create a coin of 1 Sui to send it to you. I not only need to extract 10 Sui from that, I need to, I not only need to extract 1 Sui from that, I need to extract 1 Sui and some gas, because I need to execute the transaction that splits the coins. This transaction needs some gas, so this is why we're providing a gas coin as the first argument.
it's clear now.
Yeah, good, thanks.
si el motor dice click taxi. Ya, ya. Taxi.
I say we go ahead and do the parsing of the balance changes together so that we can have a break for lunch afterwards, if that's okay with everyone. Yes? Nice. So, let's do just that. So, I just printed to the console the balance changes. Of course, this test fails because we have not parsed it yet, but I just printed it so we see how it looks like. I see that there's basically an array with two objects for each of the balance changes. That makes sense because we had two actors in this transaction. One being us, who send amount X on dummy recipient, and the other being the sender, which is subtracted this amount of Sui. So one who gained some Sui, the recipient, and the other who lost some Sui, the sender. So this is the response. This is the balance changes that we need to parse. You can wish to parse them as you like. I will utilize the find function to basically find. We see here that we have an owner object inside the object of each of these balance changes. I will try to find the owner that has the same address as the sender, so keep the sender's balance changes, and the other side I will try to find the owner that has the same address as the recipient here. So how I will do that is let me assign in a const the recipient equals the balance changes dot find. What do I want to find? I want to find the balance of the person. I will name this balance of the person who is basically the owner has the same address as the recipient. So let's go ahead and do that. Format this a bit better. So let's hold the owner from the balance, which is this object dot owner. So we have this here, hold this as the owner. We can cast this even if we like, but I will, yes, let's cast this since we know this is of type address owner. Why not, let's cast it as, which is the type of string. As we can see, this is a string. So this is basically this part. Great. So next off, we will return return the owner dot address owner, this field that is equal to the recipient address. But this will not work. Why? Because if we were to look at the recipient address that we have set, let's see the env dot example, it's this address. See, this is not a valid Sui address, this is a dummy address. This is the valid representation of this dummy address. You see, the rest of the elements are filled out with zeros. How we can do that when working with dummy addresses? We can theoretically use another function that exists from the SDK, which is called normalize Sui address, and give this recipient address as an argument. So even if we now pass 0x cafe, it will read it as 0x0000 cafe. So now we're saying return the owner dot address owner, so return this, that is the same as the recipient address, because here we are doing the same for the recipient. And just so we make this a bit more safe, this is actually not needed for our example, because we are only doing transactions with the type coin of Sui, so both of these have the coin type of Sui. But just so you know, for future examples that you might be working with other coins that exist on the Sui chain, like for example, like USDC, let's also make a second part in our expression, and we'll say that the balance dot coin type should be the Sui. We have this as an argument we can extract from the SDK. Sometimes another interesting topic, you might have seen this issue come up a few times. This is an issue that needs to be fixed while importing. You need to remove these when these come out. Not exactly sure if we can do something to prevent this, but if you see these CJS folders, you can just go ahead and remove them. So now we're saying basically that for the recipient, find from all these balances, imagine that the balance changes could be many more entries. Now we just have two. Find and keep only the one that the owner.address owner, so this field, is the same as the recipient address and the type is Sui. Again, saying that this is redundant in our case because both of these entries are of coin type Sui, but future-proofing this example in case you would be working with other coin types too. You would need to also check for the coin type. And I will just go ahead and copy and paste basically this and just change for the sender. We will say now the sender, find where the owner is, normalize Sui. Here we do not need to normalize actually because we have a valid Sui address for the sender. It's ours. And we are basically done parsing this. Now we need to correctly return the right thing. If it exists, return the recipient, parse int recipient, and same for the sender. What I have different here? The recipient here is the recipient there. Oh, yes. I am returning what I missed here is now that I am returning the entire recipient object. I do not need to do that. I will need to either here return the recipient dot amount or just only keep the amount here. I will only keep the amount here, like so. Let's only keep the amount. No need to keep the entire object. And same here. So we only return the amounts. So anyone want to help me understand? This is basically TypeScript. What this means. What this means. Can you get the microphone, please? I think there's a microphone there.
So if the recipient has a value, then we will parse, if you convert the type from something else into integer or else.
Yes, this is a string, so we'll convert it into an integer from a string.
Yeah, or if it doesn't contain any value, then we return 0.
That's right. This is basically how we can do an inline if statement. This is the statement on the left-hand side. This is the, let's say, this is if-else actually, not just if. This is the if that will be executed if our statement is truthy. If our statement is false, this is the statement that will be executed after the columns. So, is it pretty clear how we chose to parse the balance changes? This is the array that you could have. You could theoretically parse it however you wish. And let's now go ahead and run the entire suite and make sure that what we did was right. So after parsing the balance changes, we expect the recipient Sui balance change to be defined, basically. And then we expect the sender balance changes to be less than So, let's see. And we are successful. We correctly parsed the balance changes. Quick reminder that for us to get these kind of metadata, first of all, what we said on this transaction that we executed is, show me the balance changes. If this was missing, we will not be able to have access to these balance changes. I think we can go ahead and have a break for lunch, let's say an hour, and we'll continue with our last topic after lunch, and we have time for open discussions. Does that sound good? Thank you, everyone.
của anh đi bùi viện không nhỉ?
Hả?
Nó của anh của đi bùi viện không?
Vàng đấy.
Bùi viện mắc lắm. Anh giờ đi chỗ khác.
Phải có cái khác à?
Rồi đi.
Cái này chắc cũng chưa đi đâu chơi nhiều nhỉ?
Dạ.
Cái này cũng chưa chắc đi đâu chơi nhiều hả?
Bọn em mới đi phố đi bộ cái này bùi viện mà. Nhưng đi phố đi bộ bùi viện thật thì mình nói thật nữa.
Nhưng mà chỉ đi bán villa rồi đi ngày trăm.
Nói gì à? Anh có chỗ nào chơi vui vui không?
Vui em nghĩ nào?
Vui hơn biển nào. Nhưng mà ở đây quán nào nó chẳng đi biển lành mạnh à, đúng không?
Đúng rồi. Vậy là mắc cái rẻ hơn.
Không có tiền thì lành mạnh được, có tiền thì có lành mạnh nhau.
Không có nhiều cửa.
Xem đôi giày nó khôi lên hết.
Hả?
Xem đôi giày nó khôi lên hết.
Mẹ đi. Vừa có ướt sũng rồi.
Em ăn thử bánh tráng trộn chưa?
I like the view bánh tráng trộn.
Is also
Mà này
like anything is cheap.
Ôi gái cái nào cũng làm cái đấy.
thì chị vợ anh bán. Ở dưới quận 9 á, như Đức.
Anh ở quận
ship á, nhưng mà là phải đặt trước ngày.
Anh ở
Cái
quận
bánh tráng này là bánh tráng phi xương.
How much does it cost?
Ai ăn thì mỗi lần có mấy person.
It's about $40,000. It's about US is around $4.
Okay.
That's more than what
No, it's not. 40,000.
Yeah.
It's like 1.3 euros.
Yeah, but in US is $4. Three?
No, it's like one
Oh.
and a half dollars.
Wow, it's
Yes.
really cheap.
Yes, really cheap. If this was,
Yeah.
for example, in Greece, where we have euros, this would be like, let me see, 10 euro.
So actually I see the price.
Like 400,000, something like that.
Wow, that's a lot.
Yes, around like 15 USD.
Oh wow,
If you want to have a Vietnamese meal, it would be at least 15 USD.
that's a lot.
10 times the amount.
So you need to get that.
Yeah, I need to.
The Jeep can also the easiest compared to not. I buy the Swiss base camp. I can eat my food. It's really like the taste is not suitable for me.
And many outside food.
Yeah, it's really, how can I say, really heavy. Their food is really heavy. With Mediterranean cuisine, it's not like that. It's kind of light, fresh.
Yeah.
Because we use lots of vegetables.
And not that many heavy spices that
It's make everyone like responsible for the
Yeah,
first
yeah.
time.
But I saw that you don't have like grilled meats at all in your cuisine, right?
Grill, yeah. Actually, grill is like for beers. They want to like make beers.
Okay, I
They eat grill rather than eat grill like daily basis.
Không biết là bia.
Không, ở đây tao không thấy em thịt nướng. Thịt nướng là chỉ uống bia thôi. Là ngày nào.
Để mai mấy trước khi vào vô lớp phải để bia.
So I gonna like set up like dinner together. When else is nice.
Yeah, that's good.
We have some beers. I think this will be on Friday.
Sounds good, yeah.
Hello. Anh để lâu rồi.
Đúng ngon đó.
Ngon. Mới nãy đang nhẩm trong đầu là $1 là hai mấy nghìn, nhẩm sao ra $4 luôn. Nghe.
Thế thì mình đâu cần nghe mấy đô la thôi.
Đường lúc.
Tức là từ lúc bán sai. Mà nó lại là nó là mình có một em 260 mấy.
Sao lông? Sao nói đúng là Việt Nam sao đoạn rẻ mà đi. Đổi ơi xin. Cho ăn uống không vậy? $1 xin. Ăn 200 mấy.
Phải rồi. Đi đâu cũng là từ muốn cũng nghe thế.
Mình nghe là như mấy ngàn cái gì cao sống của mình. Cao thế là
Đây nè, rồi muốn lắm thế nữa.
bên mình cấp thuế vậy nhẹ lắm. Mà đối với mình mới đi những hàng mới đóng lần 25% lấy liền.
man. Okay. Yes, I know the contact man. How is like I know.
Chỉ là nó là skill tiếp. 18 triệu. Bây giờ là nó còn phí. Tháng không chứ phí.
Phải ra còn
Nó còn cái sản phẩm cốt lõi là cái phí gì vậy? Không lo cô đó.
Phê ra thì
Tôi ra rồi tôi cô đúng không?
có những tạo
thì cái đó là gọi tắt
Ủa, tôi hỏi là tiên quất ba lá của Hà Nội.
còn cả
cái
cái
là
là
có
vô
chín tám bách đúng rồi.
Mấy người Việt Nam bắt là tôi đoán là dự án Việt Nam.
dạng nam cứ chậm đi gọi vốn rồi xong đi thời gian họ
Mà chân xui thì coi nhiều quá hả? Không có lý do gì để xài nữa. Đúng không? Với lại tụi con chút xíu bị hack ngay đợt.
có xe tết có thể là tiếp tục
Xe tết
có là một cột nữa bây giờ có là nó không có là tới thì lên
chứ không phải bằng 200 m thì đi không.
Giờ nó một là môn trung tâm.
giờ ra tôi làm điểm cao giá điểm cao thì rất nhiều chơi đi chơi
Còn ngày xưa tụi cần của xe tết cũng ghê lắm nha. Con là trên bạn đi đó. Mình chưa xuống đến bạn đi đó.
Ở đây là 200 m.
Hay chứ.
nhưng mà sao làm giàu tôm như chơi bên tôm giàu thôi
Tụm ra sau vậy. Đúng mà vô thị trường kia chắc công ty đó là khi
Đây là đi hát không thấy. Chứ nó không hát thì nó vẫn
nó vẫn là khi chứ lúc đó mà môn tâm
tôi phạm nó bị phạm tầm mấy trăm nó bị không trả được nó trả nó.
không để đó được
mấy trăm nữa.
không để đó
Nếu bạn 4 finger 6 finger được.
phải nhiều hơn nữa người mà nhiều mà có lúc đầu có
Có 3K
ba gam mà được bao nhiêu lần rồi đây
má hãy top 1 được với 9 mấy phải liền luôn. Đúng rồi.
Đấy là 10% thôi. Guys, what is sao bài?
6 bát. Sao bài
Is it 6 7?
is in Vietnamese, right?
Yes. What does it mean?
When you play card, you need to shuffle the card. In Vietnam, it's called sao bài.
Sao bài. How is 6 7?
6 7.
Yes.
6 is 6 in Vietnamese is 6.
Sao. Yes.
And 7 is 7.
Bài. Yeah. So what I said, right?
6 7.
So it's both the words 6 7 and shuffle.
Yeah, that's right. It's like no, actually it's not really the same. But I think it's foreign people. It's like really the same.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
It's written different but pronounced
Yeah.
the same.
Which one is sao bài? Sao bài. And the other is 6 7.
nhiều đấy không cớ
No, I heard the words the numbers 6 7.
tối á. Ăn tối thì cũng là
Không được rồi. Cái bài thôi, nhưng vui chưa?
Thì khác gì community in real life.
Anthony là sếp của chị Trang.
Ông ít tương tác thôi chứ ông là trường cuối.
Không, chưa của Eric.
Nhưng mà Eric đi.
Eric đi.
But Eric là gì?
Chả hiểu ai đâu biết. Ăn tối thì giờ qua bên đi cruise system. Nên đâu phải xếp ai nữa.
Giờ
Người ta xếp tổng.
giờ qua bánh thì có ship mới rồi nhưng mà vẫn làm gì cũ.
Luôn là được cái số lọc nào hết.
Nên chỉ huy đỡ tên rau thành mentor thôi, chỉ nhận lập trình. Chỉ huy đổi Gibson thôi.
Even contractor nha.
Má nghe nó rõ ràng.
Uy tín thế nào?
Chú không làm gì đâu. Tùy hết, quá trời đâu.
Không, có khi lúc này nó thích dẹp lúc này sao? Không Tết thì trường Cam nữa, không Tết thì trường khác.
Hợp lý.
Món này là của sao? Did we take any more photos today?
Yeah, I
Nice. Great.
này là cái sao? Asia mình có thấy hết á. Cái Taiwan, cái này.
Taiwan tại sao?
Ngồi sao?
Cái sao như ở đây.
Taiwan
Malay,
Malay,
Indo,
Mấy bên đó thì có.
Taiwan như mới mặt đó. Ở cái gì á?
Đây bay là của dân thủ đô Taiwan.
Mới mặt đó.
Má ở Taiwan thì đẹp không? Đây. Bên mình thì lại.
Taiwan tại photo lớn.
Vâng em tuần qua có nhiều khách đâu ai là đi sớm em nhiều lại.
Má đẹp không có.
Mình sẽ có mấy photo lớn hơn. Nhiều lớn hơn.
Mà rồ luôn hết.
Ôi, cũng là lớp nhất nhưng mà xui rồi. Cũng gì nữa đúng không?
Công ty chỉ cần một vài người và khách nhỏ.
Tôi biết mới biết hết.
Ủa có gì khách nữa?
Công ty xong rồi. Có sân đá. Ủa, cái gì ta? Cái một cái xây. Không có xây cũng xong rồi.
Nói chung là rồi chúng ta về làm đi anh em đi ven trước vòng đầu không có khác.
Thì ngoài nội như vậy. Cũng như đó thôi chứ cũng đâu ra được.
Nhưng mà community cũng đông thế rồi.
Khi mọi thứ vừa giờ ngồi cái là lúc mình đánh sập.
Thì đừng rồi, xong rồi bị dẹp thì sao?
Bởi vì
Bắt đầu chu kỳ mới.
giỡn thôi.
thì mấy cái có một cái công dụng buồn.
Hey everyone, we will continue in about 10 minutes, but I want to inform you about a small change that will happen at for the material. Since we are actually moving pretty fast and I see that you are pretty advanced in a sense, we will be doing E1, which should be pretty simple, as well as E2 today before we finish, because we are ahead of time. And tomorrow there might be a shorter day, because I was informed that we also might need to have some other responsibilities, me and Theo, after today's session. So tomorrow we might end a bit earlier, and we will be focusing on package upgrades and some more advanced move patterns. So we'll try to fit E2 as well today, with a quiz in between. Is that okay? We'll finish at the expected time today. This is all because you guys are so good and we're moving so fast. So all because of you guys. Thank you. 1, 2, 1, 2. Is everyone ready to get continued? So let me get prepared for the stream too.
Test, test.
Okay. Are you guys ready? Did you have time to eat or no? Okay, good. So, let's navigate into E1. What we're basically going to be doing in this one is, as I open the README here, let's see. This exercise contains a simple node project using TypeScript that executes an advanced transaction block on the Sui blockchain to mint a hero NFT, a sword NFT, and attach the hero to the sword as a dynamic object field. Cool. Let's see how we can go about this. So we see that we have two folders here, one hero and the other called mint hero. If I open them, I realize that this hero folder includes my smart contracts. So basically this E1 example is, let's say, a complete dApp. We have both contracts and the application that utilizes them, the front end, basically. The full stack, basically, application, because as we will see. So let's open the contracts first. Anyone who wants to help me read this contract? I think you should be able to do it by now. Read this line by line from start to finish. Let's say that we do the first part till the init function, and afterwards I scroll and you do the rest. Or if you wanna take a look at your own, please open E1 on main and go on hero.move to see the entire file, because I cannot fit it on the screen, the entire file. It's quite big. This is, let's say, a complete module about the hero, the functionalities regarding the hero. So you should be able to read everything and understand what we're doing in this contract. Whoever wants to take a guess, raise their hand. I will leave you like a few minutes. Whenever you're ready, raise your hand and you will explain to us this entire file. And then another person will do the same for blacksmith.move. Anyone ready to try and start reading this? that you know this. You're probably shy. This is already stuff you have already coded by yourself, so you know this. Come on, don't be shy. Who wants to start? Anybody from this table here? Come on, guys. Any of you guys? Cool. Thank you very much.
So, on line one, we initialize our module name. First one is the package, and then the second one is the module name.
Right.
And then we import all the module.
Yes.
String. We got dynamic view, dynamic object view, package, and then blacksmith, which is a module that we create.
That's right.
And in here, in dynamic view, we also use alias. So you don't need to write the whole name of the module, just write EF.
That's correct, yes. This is what this as casting means. This is just an alias for the package and the module, yes?
Yes. And then you create a constant like the no, not error code. It's just
Yeah, it is an error code. Line 11 is an error code.
okay.
Yes.
Then you create a struct of hero has a drop ability.
What did we say that this specific type of struct is? It's basically all capital letters and the same name as the module. Do you remember? If not, I can remind you real quick. This is the one-time witness required to get a publisher. So, this is called an one-time witness struct that is required if we were to actually get the publisher like we do here. But continue, please.
Okay. Next is struct of hero. You got key in store, and then the rest is the field. Then you got init functions with the struct hero and the context. Inside must be the one-time witness, allow you to run this one time.
The init function is run one time by design. What the one-time witness allows us to do through this claim and keep function, as we saw yesterday, is basically create and get a publisher object. So it's not mandatory to have init functions in your module, only if you need to run operations only once. So we're giving the one-time witness here, we are calling the claim and keep function to get a publisher object, and we transfer it to the sender again through this claim and keep function. Move forward, please, yes?
Okay. Then we got a function allow you to mint a hero.
Yes?
And then you return the hero. Just it.
Mm-hmm.
And then there is a function that allow you to equip a sword. Inside, you will check whether that wallet already have the sword or yet. If
Sorry, can you say that again? We check what if?
If they have inside the hero, they have a few sword.
Exactly, yes. If the hero already has a field, a dynamic field with the name sword, yes.
Then they will abort it. Or else, if they don't have it, they will add a sword field inside the hero.
That's right.
And then the next two function, health and stamina, basically it just return the information of health and stamina.
That's right. Basically, getter functions.
Yeah.
Getter functions.
And the sort function,
Let's see the comment if it helps us.
I think it's basically similar to the above one. It just return the sort.
It returns, as we see here, a reference to the sword, because this is just borrow, not mutable borrow. So this we could have a reference to the sword. We will see how we use this. And what about the other function and the two tests?
And you add dynamic object fields. I think this is a function that allow you to add new field into a hero.
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. We can add dynamic object fields to the hero. Thank you. The tests are basically just two dummy tests. And also you can take this one pretty quick. What about the blacksmith module? Yeah, take it. It's really quick. Yeah.
So first you got model hero blacksmith. Then you got a shrug, a sword, has a key and store.
Please remind us what key and store abilities mean.
Keys basically create a unique object on chain, and store mean that this shrug can be stored in other objects.
Yes, that's right.
And then we got a new sword. I think this function is basically will create a source object and then return it to you. And then attack basically just return the value of attack.
Yes, that's good. So now that we know what our pre-implemented contracts do, I'm 100% sure that we would be able to also code these ourselves. But how about we publish these contracts? If you want to do it alongside me, please do. I will once again remind you the process before publishing. Check your active address, make sure that you have the correct one as active, and check the active network. If both of these are as you wish, then you run the publish. Let's do it. We have music playing. Oh really? Can we tone it down, or we can just ignore it if that doesn't? Are you sure it's from there? Who controls the music from there? It's okay, we can continue. We have some music on the background. It's low, we can ignore it, it's fine. If we start dancing and singing, it will be a problem, but until then we can continue. Sui client active address to see my active address. It's this one. Yes, it's the new created one. It's fine. Sui client active env to see my environment. This is again fine. Please give me a second so I can make a note of something. Yes, so, okay, now we're ready to go. We are navigated into Hero, which is basically the directory that has the move.toml. As we said, this is the directory from which you should be able to publish your contracts. So now let's run Sui client publish to actually publish on testnet. And we are done. We see that this is the transaction results that we get after publishing a contract. Do you think that you are able to understand the output of this, or should we spend a few minutes to go through everything that is output to us in the terminal? What do you think? If you think you know what the results are, raise your hand. If you think we should go through it a bit, keep your hand down. Do you think we should skip? If so, raise your hand. Okay, it's about half of the people, so we will actually be explaining this, but rather quick. We see here that we have this transaction digest, which we said that this is a unique hash for the transaction that we just did, which is the publishing of the contract. We have some transaction data like who's the sender, who is the gas owner. For this example, it's the same as the sender because we didn't have a sponsored transactions. We were the one who paid for the gas. So, what was our gas budget, the gas price? The payment of the gas is basically another transaction that happened under this, and we can find more information if we were to search for this digest. Now we see that we run a publish and a transfer command for this. This transfer command basically refers to the publisher object that we got through the init, if you remember. We transferred the publisher. This is the signature of the signer, us being who signed to publish the contract. Here are some transaction effects like the status, the epoch. Let's see the created objects. We see that we have some created objects. How about we see this on, for example, on an Explorer real quickly. Let's go on testnet. And we will actually get the transaction digest so we can look at all of these together. If we go to changes, we'll see the object changes here. We see that we have a created object of type upgrade cap. We'll see tomorrow how we can utilize the upgrade cap to upgrade our smart contracts. We created also a publisher because we called the claim and keep function inside init, if you remember. We mutated a coin and we published a contract. Cool. Back to the terminal. We saw the created, the mutated objects. Yes, the object changes. Yes, this is basically a repetition of that. And some balance changes. Basically meaning that we paid some gas in order to run this transaction. All good? Great. Now that we have published our contracts, let's go ahead and keep this package ID because we will probably need it. Since we have a DApp here called Mint Hero, we need this package ID to tell our application hit these move calls from this specific published contract. So of course we need to hold the package ID. I think it's this one, but let me confirm once again through Sui Explorer or Sui Vision or whatever. I need this to be a contract. Yes, this is indeed our contracts. We see the modules here. And how did I know it was this specific one out of all of these created objects? Because the owner field says immutable. As we know, contracts are immutable. They do not actually have an owner. They have a publisher, not an owner. So, we hold this one and we navigate into Mint Hero. So let's open our .env.example. Here, instead of the previous package ID that we had at the example, paste the one that you just did, and rename this from .env.example to just .env. Great. So that means that now in our environment variables, we have got the new published contract that we have. Let's see what we do here. Once again, we'll mock the functionality through just tests. On the next example, on E2, we will be the ones actually creating a DApp for the first time. But now we will be working with just tests for one last time. This is a test suite called Mint a Hero NFT and Equip a Sword. We see that before every test, what we do is we call the Mint Hero with Sword function. Of course, we will need to implement this one. Then we are waiting for the transaction to be finalized and trackable on the network, and just doing some logging. Afterwards, we expect this transaction to be defined, and then the next test is we parse the created object IDs of the swords, so we see all the swords that our hero has. And finally, we get these sword IDs. So let's go ahead and implement the first one, which is Mint Hero with Sword. What we need to do here is, what is this function responsible for? Builds, signs, and executes a transaction for minting a hero NFT, minting a sword NFT, attaching the sword to the hero, and transferring the hero to the signer. So we have 4 move calls, basically 4 transactions into the same block. So once again, we will be constructing a PTB and then transferring it and then signing and executing this transaction. So do you think you can do that? Have you ever previously made a move call through the transaction, like transaction.moveCall, and then access a certain function of the package, give the arguments, and that's basically it. So here we need to make 3 move calls to our contract, one being first call mint hero, see here. Second call new sword. Third call equip sword, to equip the sword to the hero we just minted, and last, transfer it to the signer. You have a few minutes, like 15 minutes, to go through this. If you think that you cannot do it, raise your hand and I will assist you, and I will come by your computer. I think it's really important if you try to actually do it by yourselves. Many of you have done many more complex stuff than this. Also, if you feel like you can help your teammates, or raise your hand and I will come by. You have, let's say, 10 to 15 minutes, we have time. Are you ready? Do you need a few more minutes? A few more minutes, yes. Is anyone done? Nice. Let's go ahead and tackle this together. If you did not complete it, no worries. We will see how we can do it together just now. So, let's implement this function. 4 move calls, basically. So the first would be to mint the hero. Come on, tx dot. Why is it doing this? Oh, because I have not initiated the transaction, it cannot find it. So const tx equals new transaction. Transaction, yes. And we will import this from here, but once again, make sure to remove these two folders to not break your build. Great, we have initialized a transaction. Let's go ahead and make our first move call. The first move call, mint the hero, tx.move call, and here we want to provide the target, being which function we are targeting with this move call, the arguments, as well as the type of the arguments if we wish to do so. So let's open hero and see the mint hero function and see if we need to pass any parameters in order to mint the hero. We actually only require the context. And if you remember, we said that you do not actually need to provide the context as a parameter when you are calling a function from the SDK. So basically, we need to provide no arguments, just the target. We will do that by saying that the target is the package ID let me also import .n. The package ID, column, the module name, column, the function, mint hero. So we're saying we need to access this, we need to target these specific move call. So next one will be the arguments, empty, no arguments, as well as type arguments, once again, empty. Leaving these as a placeholder so we know for the next ones. However, this mint hero function, we know that it returns a hero. So, of course, we need to assign this somewhere. Const hero equals. See that now an object representation of a hero object in move will now be assigned in this const of hero. And this is handled straight from the SDK. So now this will be an object of type hero. That means we can utilize this const to pass it as an object of type hero to the equip function later on. So let's do basically the same, but now for step 2, mint the sword. Let's name this sword, and now we'll do that through blacksmith, new sword. This is new sword. This is what the function is called. If we open blacksmith 2, we'll see that new sword here requires a parameter, which will be the attack. So let's go ahead and pass this parameter. So the first argument, we do not need to pass the context once again, will be a number of U64. How we can depict that? By utilizing the pure function like so, tx.pure.u64, and then here inside lies the value. We'll give the sword power of 100. No other arguments. So we have done 2 move calls so far. One to mint a hero, we store it here. One to mint a sword, and we store it here. And now let's go for the third one, which will be equip the sword to the hero. So let me copy this Now we want from the hero to equip, this is the name, equip sword. I'll keep writing this wrong. And let's see what the equip sword function requires. It requires me to pass a hero and a sword. Here as a mutable reference and here as a value, so it will be consumed. However, you do not care about that when calling functions from the SDK. So here I can just go ahead and pass hero and sword. See how easy that is? We are saying that this equip hero function requires objects of type hero and sword. I have these in my variables, hero and sword, and I just pass these variables. So this is the third move call. This, let me see, this does not return anything. This is a void function, so we can go ahead and move to the final step, which would be to transfer the hero, as we are told here. Transfer the hero to the signer. Let's do it. Remember that we said that we have a get address helper function that basically you give it the secret key, and from that it derives the address. Of course, if we wanted to transfer this to a different address, we would not be able to do that. We know that we can do that because we have the key pair for our address. We are the signer. So, 4 move calls. Create the hero, create the sword, equip the sword to the hero by passing both of these values, and later we just transfer the hero. The hero now has the sword with them. So we are, by let's say extension, we are also transferring the sword, right? Because it belongs to the hero, and now the hero will be transferred. As a last step, we need, like previously, to sign and execute this transaction. I will just go ahead and give you the return, like so. For this Sui client, we will be importing it, as well as this get signer function. Basically saying, this is the transaction block, sign this transaction block, who, me, this is my secret key, give me the effects and the object changes. Let's go ahead and run the first part of the test, which sees if this was a success. And it indeed was a success. That means that we have now successfully created a hero, created a sword, attached the two, and transferred the hero to the sender. So whoever is the one signing the transaction, which is us. So next step, let's move forward to the next one. Yeah, question? Here. Can you get the mic?
When in hero, if we don't need to pass the argument, can I remove the argument?
Those two?
Yes.
Let's try. Yes, you can. Good. Since these are empty, you can omit them. Cool. So the next test is basically to parse the created object IDs. We get the object changes once again, and then we need to return the sword IDs as well as the hero IDs. Just like we did previously to parse the object changes, I would suggest you print these object changes, see the result, and see how you want to parse these. Let's take 10 for this. You could see your solution for the previous example and basically work from there. Basically the same concept, but I want you to get acquainted. So try to parse the object changes and return the sword IDs as well as the hero IDs. I gave you on the screen the logged object changes, in case that helps. And I remind you that from these object changes, we want to get the hero IDs as well as the sword IDs. We'll see the solution to this in like 5 minutes. Should we take a look at this together? Parse created object IDs. Let's see what we are doing here. So, from the created objects, which is what we printed in the console here, only filter and keep only those with the type created, right? You see that we have a type created. Only keep those with the type created and cast them as Sui object change created. This is a type provided by the Sui SDK. Now that we all have only the created objects, from those we can extract those who have the type sword and keep them as swords, and those who have the type hero and keep them as heroes. Simple as that. Not just hero, package ID, module name, struct name. Package ID, module name, struct name. These are the heroes. These are the swords. These are the heroes, and then just map the IDs. Map them to their IDs and return their IDs only. Now 2 tests should pass, and we'll go ahead and implement the last one. Cool. Let's now see the, oh, excuse me. Let's go ahead and see what we need to do for the last one to pass. This test tests that a hero is equipped with the sword. We know that this is the case because on the first helper function, remember that we gave a sword to the hero, right? And we called the equip sword function. So the hero indeed has a sword. Let's implement this helper and test it. I will just go ahead and paste this result here with you guys. This is basically the same as we did before. Remember where we're accessing the client and we did get dynamic fields? The exact same. So I don't think we need to waste time for this. Get the dynamic fields of the parent. Which is the parent? The hero. Get their dynamic fields. And filter and keep only those who are of type sword. Then return their IDs. We already saw this get dynamic fields. We know that the sword, because we saw the contract. Let's see it once again. We know that the sword is equipped as a dynamic field. So here we will fetch it. We will fetch it as a dynamic field. And then from the dynamic fields fetch, just so that we are sure, of course this hero does not have any other dynamic fields on top of them right now, but just so that we future-proof our tests and we know that they do not have any other dynamic fields sent to them, for example, we need to specify to only keep those of type blacksmith sword. And after that, that means we're done. We expect the sword to be 1, and let's run the entire suite. And everything passed. So we see how useful jest integration tests are when working with the SDK tool. Do we have any questions before we move to the quiz? We will do a technical quiz once again. I need your attention because yesterday there were many misses, let's say. I think you guys were too fast to answer. Now take your time to see the questions that we have at the quiz. After the quiz, we'll have a quick break and conclude the day with the last section, and we'll probably still finish at around 5 or even a bit earlier. So, if you guys also agree, I will pull up the test here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me before the quiz. Is everything clear? Yes. Great, so let's go for the quiz. These are the 3 lucky seats, remember? You left these guys to sit at the same seats. I don't know, it's your guys' call. If they win again, you have to steal their seats. I'll pull up the test and I'll send it on Telegram as well. Let's see. Start joining, guys. I have the quiz on the screen. We expect at least 17 participants, right? At least 17.
Người lướt cái link trong group đó cho nó nhanh. Cái link trong group á. Dùng cái laptop đi, laptop đỡ thì lại hơn.
Let's see. I think we should wait till we reach 17. Anyone who hasn't joined, please do. A few more. We'll wait like 1 more minute and we'll start the quiz. Make sure to look at your screens and not the TV because it might be small and you cannot read it. So, let's get started. Do you have your attention? Cool, good luck, let's see. Oh shit, we have no music once again. If in the hero exists test, why is the hero objects type checked against this type? To verify that the returned object belongs to the expected Sui move type. What were the other questions? Oh, we had really low accuracy. Let's go on to the next one. I want your attention. Come on, you got this. Let's see once again. The correct answer is that it can only be used to interact with Sui testnet. In this example. Why? Because we are initializing the Sui client to a specific network. And as you see here, I don't know if you missed this, we are also showing you the .env file, seeing that this is the testnet RPC URL, right?
Yes.
So, this Sui client instance can only look at testnet. This, of course, is wrong, doesn't have anything related to the package. The Sui client communicates with the full node through the entire testnet network, can be used to submit transactions, not again, and can be used only once. That's also false. As we saw, we had a Sui client file that we were initializing our Sui client, and we were importing that to every test function that we had. So that means that you can use the Sui client multiple times. So this is the correct answer. The full node URL that we set when we instantiated. TypeScript function get can be used this is the TypeScript function get, see? Okay, we're improving our accuracy. The correct answer is indeed the third, to return stored objects that are stored as dynamic fields. Here we get all dynamic fields of set parent, and afterwards we are filtering and keeping only those who are of type sort. So we are returning sort objects that are stored as dynamic fields. What is the ID passed as input parameter in the get dynamic fields function? I hope all of you get this correct. This is pretty easy. Okay, some missed it. As you can see here, we are asked to provide the parent ID, right? So we give the ID to the object that has these dynamic fields. So their parent, from which we want to get these dynamic fields. Next question. The getHero function will return the hero object of the given ID and all its fields. So content false. This was a trick question and you guys fell for it. But at least most of you saw content and were like, oh yeah, now we provided. I think that even though you got this wrong, you understand that you need to provide the content in order to get the fields. Good job to those who have the eye of the eagle and you caught the false keyword. Up to 1,024 unique commands based on the payload. it's indeed the key pair. The key pair. This is what we are providing into the sign and execute transaction to actually sign our transactions. Good job, good job. As we saw when we were parsing arguments, we were using the pure function. Good job, everyone. A few more. Great job. Next one. Let's see if you remember this. Nice. Good. Some of you only answered the first part, but only correct answers. That's all great. That's good, I guess. Let's go, guys. We have one final question, and we'll see our winners for today. This is a drop down. Select from the drop down. Let's see the correct answer. Const client equals new Sui client get full node URL testnet. Const owner is that, and when we want to get the objects, we provide this owner address. Good job to those who got it correctly. It's get objects. And get owned objects are these two that were answered. Let's see who are the winners. Who is Fu? Woo! Once again, good job. Congratulations. Let me see the rest of the folks. By score. Who is Quan? Oh, good job. We have a new person on the first three. Good job to you too. And now T. Nice. Good job. Good job. Great. I don't know if there are any gifts for you guys today. There will be. Nice. Good job. Let's take 15 minutes break, 15 to 20 minutes break, and afterwards we'll continue with E2. It's going to be let's say an example where we will be creating a DApp from zero through a tool that is provided by Misten. So it's going to be rather easy, and after that we'll close the day. Sounds good? Okay, see you in like 20.
Okay, this here for now. Yeah.
Từ là em nó hoàng năm là ngày 6 giờ không thấy được. Không thấy được luôn, mình chỉ thấy được video.
Sorry, you can show again for the
That I skip next guy.
oh, to the next guy. Let's see the results.
GA thôi.
Ủa đó, ai hồi sáng chưa check in với em, mình lại lên em check in nha.
Skip them too.
Đức Mai.
Ra.
Bạn nào?
Ngoài.
Đây anh nhường lại.
Kêu ngoài.
Ui, nhưng mà mình hôm qua mình có rồi. Mày
Đúng rồi, anh lên đây đi cô gọi ví dụ.
được bắt rồi này.
Rồi. Nói tới bữa cuối đi, còn quà.
Gối này chậm không, còn anh đó làm lại chứ sao đủ.
Phát con gì nữa. Không phải kiếp bạn rồi. Anh mang về Hà Nội, anh đi vào quê cho mình.
Cô gái mặc cái đỏ à? Rồi, đi không?
Anh em nào chưa ăn bánh răng ăn đi nha.
trong có xinh nó chứ
Đỏ
giỡn.
người luôn hả?
Tháng này vừa rồi
Ủa mà đỏ người luôn hả?
Đỏ nhạt luôn.
Đỏ nhạt.
Vậy chỉ có ba tình yêu nha.
Đúng rồi.
tháng này nguyên một ngày uống 2 chai này.
Cái gì? Một ngày uống 2 chai nữa.
Có đâu.
Người bác là sẽ đi.
Người chèn này nắng luôn đó.
Thấy là thấy tài lộc rồi.
Vừa rồi tháng sớm là cái người được tiền.
À.
Ủa này chắc một hút.
Bỏ hút. Bỏ hút được nữa.
mình không ăn. Về về anh ăn kiểu rất gì đó. Nhưng mà em ăn đúng lúc
Cái này nó ngọt hơn ở ngoài đó, mà phải ngọt không phải là cái ngọt cái xỉu mà nó là chín nhiều quá em bị lợ lợ bị lân lân trong người, hay là dùng đường cải cái kiểu này là nhí.
như vậy em check cái công viên đánh giá cái nhưng mà xa
Đi xa lắm,
anh em mình lên xe đấy hôm qua em
đi
xa
metro xuống, một là metro, hai là có xe buýt có xe buýt điện, xe buýt điện của VinFast là đi nó một lượt là em sợ trên Google Maps á, nó có chọn cái độ xe công cộng á. Chọn xe công cộng á là nó sẽ có cái như là buýt nào xe điện ở đây như là cái góc trên này đó không hay chuyên
thế là đâu anh biết
you close. I mean, I can just go. Like, yeah, is there something like a mall or a local market?
Gần đây có cái mall nào mà
Đấy. Mỗi ngày món đi đường hết. Đi thẳng hết đường này là tới AM không?
we have a mall here.
Okay.
Không đi Aeon cho nó
How much would should this be?
It's, I think it depends. There's a lot of price range.
Yeah, yeah.
So I think
100.
under $200.
Okay.
Is good.
What's the mall called?
It's Lotte Mart.
Lọt hàng, lọt hàng.
Can you type it?
Okay.
View đây.
One. It's over there. Just over there. And then you can go around and look for some keys. Anh đi vậy đó là thời gian mình đi thời nhỏ. Không anh, ra một lần đi đeo là dễ lên order cái Mia, hồi đợt em order Mia nó ship trong ngày luôn.
Tại nó muốn coi á mà này là muốn coi thử cho nó chắc.
Rất lùi ấy. Nhanh, chậm sổ lùi ấy. Chậm lắm.
Game này khó mà, nó phải làm cái lượng siêu lớn thôi. Vậy hả? Đúng rồi, ngàn đôi chứ.
Mua mấy đôi trắng về kêu thằng nào đó nó gia công cái logo thôi.
Guys, so that we can leave a bit earlier, if that's okay with you, we will start in 5. Okay? We will start in 5 and we will do E2, the E2 module, which is basically a DApp that we will start with the create DApp function, not function, utility that exists, and you can download it through npm. We'll do that all together. And we will see how you can integrate a wallet, like a connect button that connects a wallet to your DApp. That's basically it, and after that we will be done for today.
Wait for my screen to arrive. This is the best invention ever. There's nothing like this in Greece or in Europe. Nothing I've ever seen.
Mà 2 giờ mà. 3 giờ sáng còn đông nguyên hết tầm phun tầm 1. Cái đài. Kể cả không order nước, không ngồi được luôn. Anh vào đây ngồi 1 tiếng rồi mới gọi nước mà.
I mean, for that price, it's so worth it. Even if you don't use it like your main second one. For instance, it's like this one. So this is another one. Is it close? This one.
It's not far from here. So welcome to Vietnam. Quality product, affordable.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So you said
Làm
you
chặt
have
tay
this
á
for
thì
years.
Yeah, for years.
And you have no issues with it.
Yeah, totally. It's really, really good. I think like this the drawback like is every brand, so maybe sometimes you can distribute it. Maybe just buy one instead of
it's like a shock, like really, because he also does a lot of traveling. He works from this place to that place. Having only one screen with the lamp, it's kind of tiring. You cannot multitask that.
Yeah, that's right. So,
Do they have that there? Those guys are geniuses.
yeah. So actually, if you have iPad, you can use it. I think the next one is much better.
I think we're ready, right?
Yeah.
So, let's see what E2 is all about. We'll see how we can actually integrate the wallet into our applications. Please raise your hand if you have previously created an app that integrates the wallet. I see one raised hand, two, three. Three people, okay. Interesting. Of course, connect the wallet. We will display owned objects as well as execute a mint transaction through our dApp, through a button, and not through tests like we did previously. So let's go ahead and do that. Please navigate into E2. And we'll see that it's basically empty, right? Why? Because we will be creating almost everything from scratch, but not coding it. We will be using a tool provided by Miston, which is called Create dApp. Let's follow this README. Please navigate into E2. And run this command, npm create Miston dApp. This is a package that is uploaded on npm. Let's wait a bit for the packages all to be installed and wherever dependencies are needed to be installed. If we're all trying to do it at the same time, there's probably a bit of an internet traffic, so let's be patient. It's okay. We see that it's loading, so we'll be patient. Cool. So we see that we have two options. One, to create a React client dApp or an end-to-end counter dApp. We will choose the first one. What the second does, it's basically like it runs the Sui move new command as well for you. So that means that it creates a scaffold for your contracts too. We won't do that. We will select the React client dApp as the README says. And let's name it. And that's it. Let's see what was created for me. I see that I have an index page, some dependencies. These dependencies, of course, include the Mistin SDK and some other, the Sui SDK, excuse me, the dAppKit dependency, and the prettier configuration. This is basically formatting, a README, typeset config, and void config. Let's go inside the let's go inside the source folder. Who here is familiar at some level with React? Raise your hand if you have previously worked with React. Okay, almost everybody. Cool, because this will be actually a React project that we will be working on. This tool helps us create the initial steps of a React project. So, we have the app, basically meaning that the main first entry to our application. We have a main.tsx file that handles the rendering of the providers. We will explain what these are. We have a file, we have a component that basically has all the owned objects of a certain account. This account we'll see that this account is the one who will be connected through a wallet, and some stuff about the wallet status. So let's navigate into the folder we created, install the dependencies, and run it. Please do the same, it might need some time. Install the dependencies in the new project that we created. Has any of you previously used Mist and Create DApp? Create Mist and DApp? No? Anyone? So, I hope that you now know that you have this option available to quickly get started with new projects that you want in order to integrate smart contracts that you wrote. With just like one click, you can run npm create Mist and DApp, and you will see that you're basically like, let's say 60% ready with your DApp. With wallets integrated, with some hooks showing you, like some queries showing that you can extract in hooks, and all the providers already set up. We will explain what these providers are, but this is a really useful tool to get quick started. We use this all the time, actually. I use this all the time. Actually, I think I've never created a React project, a DApp from scratch. I think I've always used this one. There's no need for me to do it manually, everything. It's super useful. It seems that the internet connection is really, really slow, right? You have to be a bit patient. This is the longest ever an install has taken for me. Yeah. It's okay though, we have time. Has anybody's installation finished of the dependencies? Oh, for some people it has, so I probably am the last one. So you'll have to wait for me. Sorry? BUN. Oh, Bun instead of, oh yeah. I've never, you all use Bun? Okay. Yeah, I know. I should look into that. So this turned out as a comparison segment from with Bun. Seems so much faster and requires less resources probably. PNPM too, yes. I could have done PNPM. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I should have done PNPM. It's okay, we'll wait a couple more minutes if that's needed. Yes, if you have any questions in the meantime, feel free. Actually, I can take this time to explain these providers. Anybody seen these before? Ignore the fact that they are red. It's because we have not installed the dependencies just yet. This is basically a provider wrapper starting from the outside that allows us to create queries that we will use to query the network and get some information. This is the Sui client provider, basically allowing us to use the Sui client. This is the wallet provider. They have to be in this exact same order, by the way, which allows us to have a wallet or give the user the ability to connect their wallet to our application. So we will be handling all the wallet data, like which user is connected, and giving them the ability through some hooks already pre-implemented by the Mist and DApp kit to sign the transactions through their wallet now. We've never previously done that before. All the transactions that we signed and executed were through a key pair that we gave, right? These are operations that can only be, let's say, carefully done by a backend, signing things by a key pair. When you have a DApp and a front end, you cannot do that, of course. You cannot sign via key pairs. You would expose your key pair. So you can connect a wallet and sign via the wallet. We will see that here. will stop and use PNPM actually. At least I can see the progress, I guess. Oh, what is it? Timeout. Let me try something else. A VPN always works. So, yeah. Okay, now we're good. So, finally, our dependencies are installed. So, let's go ahead, as the README says, and run this. This is already connected, okay? So this is the starter template that was given to us by the Mistin Create DApp tool. And basically we see that we have a header with an already existing connect wallet button, with which we can actually go ahead and connect the wallet. I will use this one, I guess. And I see that after connecting, I have some objects owned by this wallet. Why am I seeing this? Because this already comes with a component that is like owned objects.tsx area component that is basically querying get owned objects and displaying them. This is basically what we're seeing here. So let's see what else, how we can extend this and how we can work this. We saw that in order to have a wallet, we have the connect wallet component. Let's see where this is used and why. In app.tsx, let's see. It's connect button actually. The component name is called connect button and it's imported from the Mistin DApp-kit. This is basically what is allowing us to have this button to connect our wallet. But this would not work if we had not set up the correct providers like so. Wrapping our app. So make sure to not forget that. Setting some props here. This is what they are called, props, passing these props to the components. Like the client, we do give the query client, the networks, and this auto-connect is actually what was the case where I always had an active session on my wallet and I auto-connected. That's why it was already connected when I opened the page. So what else can we do? We have the use current account hook for getting current account into wallet status.tsx. Let's see. Let's go into wallet status.tsx. This is the component handling the wallet status. Basically, all the information regarding this. We see that there is a hook that once again we get from the DApp-kit that we can utilize to have an account, to get the account of the connected user. Before you connect, this would have the value of undefined. Only after you connect, you can get some useful information from the account, like the address. And if you see here, that's why we can be able to actually print the address. The user who connected, this is Dio Lagos SUINS. This is the address for that, SUINS. Next, let's see use Sui client query inside the owned objects component. We saw that we can use this hook to query for this key. And in the same way, we could query for any other request that we would need. And let's see the next thing. Now, how we can extend this? We will add a mint NFT button component with a simple button, and then we will use this hook to sign and execute the transaction. Do you think that you can do it, or should we do it together? Do you want some time to try, or you want to see it from me? You want to try? Okay, you have 15 minutes to try. Basically, create a new component called mint NFT button. We do not care at all about styling or positioning or whatever. Just it has a simple button inside it, and then of course a controller, a handler to this button to mint, to call a function that mints. What exact move function? Try this. This is a pre-published package of a hero module which has a mint hero function. And if you want to go a step further, please search for this package ID on any Sui Explorer. See the code like we did. We have a code field, if you remember, on Sui Vision, for example. And look for the hero module and see that what type of arguments does this mint hero function accept. So you are a developer, you are given only this, and you are told you have to interact with this function. How do you handle it? This is basically what you will do now, okay? If you have any questions, raise your hand, I will help. So we look at this together. Anyone who got it already? Nice. Cool. Let's create a new component called mint NFT button. So let's see what we have here. Our imports. We will see what each one of these does and why it's needed in a bit. We are starting with a component declaration. We are initializing a Sui client. This is just another Sui client instance like we used to do it in the previous examples. But now we are getting this from this use Sui client hook. This is a hook existing on the dev kit, making our life easier once again, and we're just getting a Sui client instance. We have an account from the use current account hook, once again from the dev kit. This account will be used to so that we can get any information from the user who connected their account. Query client, as we said, to make some queries, and this mutate async function let's save it as is now, is basically what we will use. We extract from this hook what we will use to actually sign and execute our transaction here. So let's see. At the bottom, we just have a button. This is the JSX that we have in this component, just a button. When clicking, we invoke this handle mint function, which is basically the entire gist of this. Let's see what this does. When somebody clicks handle mint, first of all, we see if under account we can see an address. If we cannot, that means that they have not clicked connect wallet. So we throw an alert and return. Of course, if you're not connected the wallet, you cannot go through with the flow minting something. After that, we initialize the transaction like usual, make a move call like usual. Did you guys query this package ID on Sui scan or whatever? You saw that there was no arguments. So we can just only provide the target. Afterwards, transfer this hero that we created to account address, which is who is connected. This is who is connected, account.address. And then sign this transaction PTB. Once again, this is a PTB, two move calls, one minting, the other transferring. Now sign this PTB by using this mutate async hook. This is some stuff to wait for the transaction to be queried, to be finalized and added into a checkpoint. And what this actually does is through the query client, it's basically what we're saying is that we want to invalidate the queries because we have now created new owned objects. So the previous ones that you have already fetched invalidate this query, so we can query again and list another one. So let's use this component now. I'll just copy this container, and instead of the wallet status, I'll use the mint NFT button. Let's see. Now after I meet hero, of course I am prompted to sign in with my wallet. And I see what will happen from this transaction. Basically, it will create an object of type hero from the module hero of this package. Okay, yeah, I agree that I'm not doing something wrong, and then I approve. Did you see this last value being added? This was due to the invalidate queries flag that we passed. So what we did basically was we just minted another hero. See how easy that was? Only thing that after using this create dApp tool, the only thing basically that we needed to do is fix up the handler from the move code. All the other stuff like the wallet integration, like the query client integration, and all the other things that we saw already pre-implemented. So you can imagine that we potentially on top of this, we could build a game that any of these buttons is just hides behind it an interaction with our smart contract, and we're pretty much ready. So two elements, let's say, when you're trying to create a dApp in general. You can start by Sui move new from the CLI, create a project, start writing your move code. After you're done with your tests as well, make sure you want to publish in the correct environment, you publish, you keep that package ID, you just go ahead and go on another folder and run npm create Mr. dApp, give a name to your dApp, hold this package ID so you tell your dApp communicate with this smart contract, do your move calls, and you're pretty much done. And then you can create wherever you put your mind to. Does that sound good? Great. I would like to hear your questions, and I think we are done for today. We saw many interesting things, many of which at the first part, if I remember correctly, you already knew, right? Tomorrow we will be going back to Move. Theo will be the one teaching. I will also be here assisting him. We will be seeing how you can handle package upgrades. Anyone who has done that before? Package upgrades. Okay, one. We will see how you can correctly go about this. And we will see some more advanced move patterns. Okay? Cool. Thank you so much for today. I hope you are not too tired and you like the stuff that we saw. And let's keep this going for tomorrow. Please, 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 if you try to be a little bit earlier than today, if you could try to at least be here at 10:30, because every day we say 10, but we get started at like almost 11. So if you try, please, tomorrow let's start at 10:30, because we have some stuff to do in the afternoon. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Kiểu vừa đặt lưng bật dậy.